Welcome to the EuroDIG 2021 Amphitheatre. My name is Elisabeth. I am the host for those big stages, and for the first big stage session of today, we will hear from Mirja Hämäläinen from Save the Children Finland on addictiveness of devices and applications. So with this, and without much further ado, over to you, Mirja, and I'm excited for your presentation.
Hello, I hope you can hear me and also see me now.
Yes, better.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Happy to be here. So I'll share my presentation. Takes, as you know, a few seconds. Can you see it now? You can see my presentation. Yes, great. Okay, yeah, so my topic today is addictiveness of digital devices and applications, impact on individuals and society, then approaches and changes for regulation. Of course, if you look at the title, that's a lot promised for 20 minutes, but let's see how far do we get with the topic. But yeah, I work at Save the Children Finland, and my title is Digital Well-being Specialist, which I always say is the most 2020 title you can actually have. And in my work, we are, of course, focus on the rights of the child, but also in a broader sense, making the digital world safe and supportive of well-being for children and families in Finland and in other parts of the world too. But yeah, today I'm talking about a phenomena which I presume is very familiar to all of us. We all know how easy it is to spend too much time online. You log into Instagram, Facebook, wherever to check quickly something. Half an hour goes by, and you kind of forgot what you were supposed to do. And in common terms, in day-to-day life, we often talk about use the word addictive or some similar term for that. But I'm here to also challenge the use of that term because of the research we have at the moment, but also look at the phenomenon from a few angles. We know that when we use free services like social media platforms or similar, it's not free per se. We always pay with our data and our time. The revenue model for different social media companies often is based on the idea of our maximizing our time spent on the app or other service. And of course, having as many people as possible to do that and to teach the app about ourselves, so we can be exposed to ads and targeted with better ads that cater to our needs better and make us buy more. Of course, this is not the whole truth. All companies have all different goals and ambitions, but oftentimes this is how the basic thing works. And we know how they do it with persuasive technologies. Most of us are very recognize the idea of having, getting that kick out of the dopamine kick out of the red circles that appear on our screens. And what is super interesting is that we know what's going on, but it's still really hard to resist. then in addition to the red dots on our screens, there are other means of getting us hooked, I would say, use this term. There are different, in games particularly, there are different kinds of rewards, or in gamified apps, milestone, trophy, compliments, you name it, and the content never ends. We know that, especially when it comes to children, there has been some legislation on, for example, in the US and in Europe too, to protect children from this kind of persuasive technologies. As we know, these are really hard to resist. Then there's Neil Isle's habit building model of how the dopamine kicks are. How do we get the dopamine kicks we do? But is this actually fueling addiction? It's clear that it's persuasive, but is it really addiction? So what I'm trying to do is not to minimize the problem, or I'm not saying this is not a real phenomena, but I'm challenging the idea that we talk about addiction. Okay, at the moment, if you look at the diagnostics we have about like digital disorders, we know that a lot of people do spend too much time online, but of course it's really hard to say like what is too much and compared to what. I will get back to that later on, but and we have all heard those stories, you know, especially from like Japanese teenagers just spending the whole of their day just in the game world and so on. And actually, gaming, online games have been diagnosed as disorders. There are, this is like the structure where you can actually, the criteria that you can use according to World Health Organization on when do the people who use games a lot, who play games a lot, could actually be diagnosed with the gaming disorder. Of course, there's the impaired control. You're not in charge of your time anymore. And you prioritize gaming before anything else, basically, in your life that would support your mental health or physical well-being. And you do this even though you know that there can be consequences. And the effects can be a lot of distress on very important aspects of your life. And of course, anyone can recognize that there can be days when one can fall into this kind of behavior, but if it goes on for more than a year, it's a different story. For DSM-5, and this has been in the criteria since 2013, preoccupation, withdrawal symptoms, tolerance, you just need more and more, and you are unable to reduce or give up playing even though you would like to do so, and you sacrifice other stuff, like in the previous one. You give up other activities and other goals in order to continue playing. And even though you recognize that you might have issues, because of increased playing, you still continue doing so and deceive and cover up those your gaming because you're from the people close to you. And of course, if you, the gaming is about like trying to escape different kinds of moods, your other issues, this can be problematic also. I won't get into this for that much longer. We can share the slides with you later on. These are different models of a problematic internet use behavior, where there has been different kinds of ways of trying to explain excessive use, not just in gaming, but in other ways of using digital tools and services too. As you noticed, and I said, the diagnostics at the moment only exists for gaming. And on the other hand, lots of the pervasive technologies are used in social media. And what I find personally interesting is that, of course, we know that gaming it's kind of like gendered, not completely, of course, but we know that social media is often excessive use of social media, and downside from that can be a problem for women and girls, and gaming for boys and men. Okay, we have this criteria for gaming disorder, a few of them actually. You could call it even like an actual addiction. What kind of data do we have? Like how common is it? Well, the problem is that as you look at the data, you can definitely say that we don't actually know, because it varies from very low to almost a third of the population. So I think this is very telling, because it's quite symptomatic of what kind of research we do have at the moment about excessive use of technologies. It's still very based on your own, how much time do you think you spend online and so on, and we don't have the actual criteria for what would be the number of hours that would be kind of like too much and be addictive. So even though we're trying to look for the diagnostics and the criteria, it's not simple, and the research is not very good at the moment. Just to highlight a number from percentage from Europe. So why am I challenging the idea of addiction? Because addiction is something that has dependency, or addiction has a biological base. It's considered a brain disorder. It changes your brain and can be defined as chronic and relapsing disorder, categorized by compulsive seeking and use despite adverse consequences. So when you look at it like this, it's very far from the very day-to-day use that we actually do. Everybody recognizes this, like dependency symptoms. We recognize that this kind of technology is is used to get us hooked, but addiction is something totally different, because that's actually like visible changes in your brain. Well, not visible outside, but you know what I mean, if there would be an MRI. But it's not always about what's good to keep in mind. It can also be functional, as it is for gambling, for instance, not just substance-based, like for alcohol. But the idea is that addiction really disrupts a normal, healthy functioning organ like the brain, and not just something that's annoying or makes you think about your behavior. But on the other hand, we do know that we have this actual effects of social media, excessive use and so on. it can cause depression, anxiety, restlessness, lower self-esteem, social situation distress, sleep and concentration problems, and in some cases also financial problems. So bottom line, we're not denying these issues, but we shouldn't call this addiction. Why? And of course that is problematic, because if we use the wrong terms, we use the wrong concepts, we will come up with wrong solutions also. Sorry, yeah. So what to say if we don't talk about addiction? We can still use terms like harmful use, and inside that, and recognize that this is a daily life problem to a lot of people. And inside harmful use, we can recognize the disorders, but those would have to be separated from the challenges everybody faces in their real life. We can look at what actually causes the harm, what makes the use actually harmful. It's cultural conflicts between generations, quarrels in the family, and not addiction as it is. And of course, the tipping point where you can see that in the model very clearly probably is not in reality or in daily life. What we're suggesting is getting back to the basics, having this model of digital well-being, which is the model for all well-being, constituents of a healthy life. If a person, often in our work, we focus on children and families, gets enough of sleep and rest, exercise, and their social relationships are okay, healthy nutrition, routines, family time, takes care of their responsibilities and meaningful hobbies, even though they would spend most of their time online, this shouldn't be called addiction. Even though we're still recognizing the issue, we're just framing it from a different angle. The recommendations for, I would say, this might be so for all of society, everybody joining the discussion about digitalization and its effects on our daily life, is to add resolution to the discussion. We need new terminology and new tools on how to talk about the harms and effects of digital tools and services. Disorder is different from harmful or excessive use, and is often because of the problems are actually from cultural conflicts often. There can be also harmful and beneficial persuasion. It's not so simple. Some of these techniques are, of course, used to benefit us, and this should be recognized. And we do need a lot more research on prevalence, comorbidity, and health impacts of excessive use of online services and tools. And we provide services for young people, families, and children, and we know that there is a huge need for good tools to for families to get over and conquer these cultural conflict situations. And the tools that they need are very practical for discussions and creating trust, and of course self-regulation for children. But of course, legislation for companies is also needed, but it should be based on facts and research. We don't want to deny that these are very powerful tools, as we of course know, but research on the effects and needs are needed. And it's super important to address the real disorders, because of course there are some people who actually need very heavy support in order to live their daily lives. And if we just talk about addiction as it would be very common, it's not helping them. But we do suggest that the door should be open to develop evidence-based specialized prevention and treatment for online addiction too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mirja, for that very insightful presentation. Thank you to everyone who watched on the stream. The next big stage will happen 1:15 Central European Summertime on digital skills and the digital skills gap. Until then, take care and I'll see you later.
Yeah. Can you tell me how blue can you get? The blues train. Ever since I met you, baby, the blues train. I've been singing the blues, running around the beat. Now, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I'm on the blues train. Get on board the blues train. Get on board the blues train. Coming down the midnight blues train. Get on board the blues train. I got the blues train. I got the blues train. Have you ever had the blues train? Do you know about the blues train? Things we've met before. Chills run down my spine. Oh yeah. Let's do it, baby. Do it, baby. Do it, baby. Do it, baby. Please spend the night. Oh yeah. The heat is on. The heat is on. The heat is on. Heat is on. The heat is on. The heat is on. It's on. It's on. It's on. It's on. Let's take some time and think for a minute. What's going on? And are we ready? I left the phone door ring, but if no one calls, it's another day. How can I explain to you what I feel and what is true? And how can I do my best? How do you? How do you? I hear the things that people say. Don't believe, was it not that way? I know what I'm talking about. I'm here, baby, and have no doubt. What you want from me? I can't take it. Can't you see? I believe in the truth. How do you? How do you? slip sliding away. So much time has passed away. The wheel of fortune keeps on turning and turning. No chance to bring back time. Yesterday seems far behind. The lies are gone. Where are all the answers? Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to air. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to air. The more I look, the more I find. Though it's all beyond my mind, sometimes words have to remain unspoken. What's the meaning of forever? Breaking through the heavy weather. Where in time the train has left the station. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to air. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to air. Gotta get all the way.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Amphitheatre studio of EuroDIG 2021. I'm Elisabeth and I am your host in this room. Without much further ado, I will hand over to Riccardo Nanni and his guests who are speaking about the digital skills gap and how to tackle it. Riccardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thanks to all the other organizers of EuroDIG who allowed us to conduct this session. Now, I will be the moderator of a around 20-minute debate between our two guests. João Martins, a new graduate specialized in artificial intelligence, who's now working in the industry, and Joanna Kulesza, who's a professor of law and internet governance at the University of Łódź in Poland. Hope I haven't mispronounced too many names in one sentence. Now, where does this session stem from? It stems from the work of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety, which I will invite you to join. I will post in the chat the link to the page where you can also join the mailing list and become a member to the Dynamic Coalition. And this Dynamic Coalition has 3 working groups, one of which the second one is on education. And this is where the idea for this session came from. We collected input from people already involved in the industry and then set up a debate between, as I said, a new graduate and a more senior person from academia, so that we have different stakeholder groups from different places in Europe, different ages, interacting based on input from another stakeholder group again, which is industry. So we strive to be as representative as possible of the different points of view in a session that will be very short. So without much further ado, I will begin with the first question for the debate. Now, first question is, the scale and application of the digital skills graduate students learn at university differs from the requirements they meet at the workplace, yielding a potential long period of adaptation for new graduates when entering their first job. Based on your experience, do you think this gap can be filled? If yes, how? And who should play which role in this? Now, I will leave the floor first to Joanna and then to João. And of course, if you want, given that this is the first question, you can also spend a minute or two introducing yourself if there's something you want to add. Please, Joanna, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Thank you for setting this up. This is indeed an interesting conversation and one that is well worth having. So, but also thanks to the Dynamic Coalition members who I know have supported this meeting. Indeed, I do work at a university. This lovely logo that you can see in the background is the logo of my university. And I feel very strongly about the topic that you have put on the agenda for us today. If I was cynical, I would say that it's always challenging to enter the labor market. But the way you guys shed light on this issue does put an emphasis on the forever growing area of cybersecurity. As we will explore in this brief session, cybersecurity has become to be an all-encompassing term. So as much as it is challenging for anyone entering the labor force, be it a doctor, just look at COVID and how that shook up what we thought we knew, be it IT with all the applications changing all the time, be it law, where all of a sudden we seem to redesign here in Europe and universally paradigms around individual freedoms, dignity, freedom of speech, fake news, etc., etc. It is always challenging to take on a new endeavor, especially when you enter a new stage in your life. But I appreciate this question, and I think the work that you have been doing with the Dynamic Coalition holds a lot of responses to the issue we're trying to tackle here. I believe the answer partially lies in understanding what the challenge is. And I know that the Dynamic Coalition has gone to great lengths to try and understand what it is that the labor market requires, what it is that the younger generation has to offer, and how educational facilities like mine fit into that landscape. So on one hand, I think the answer is to understand the elements of this challenge. On the other hand, is to build platforms for debate like this one. And many thanks to EuroDIG and the organizers for giving us the center stage to try and pose the question and maybe think about answers. But there is a lot of work to be done by educational facilities like mine. I believe it is about mentoring, meeting individual students, better understanding what is their skill set, and knowing what we know, being involved in different networks, working with different stakeholders, advising them what might be interesting. Now, I've just completed a few days ago here at the university a novel mentoring program where we try to do exactly this. I was given the opportunity to work with a small group of students. We tried to make the most of this pandemic time that on one hand lets us participate in virtual events all over the world, on the other hand has us stuck in front of computers. But I think mentoring would be one of the very pragmatic responses to your question. The work you do in planning the landscape for further advancements is fundamental. The work for educational facilities is to advance their mentoring skills, because it is only on that one-to-one sharing scale we can move forward. And the third element is the younger generation, like Zhao here with us, who I'm certain has a lot to add to that. So I'm happy to give him the floor. Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you, Anna. Very interesting and enticing points. Now, floor to Joao.
Yeah, and first of all, hi everyone. Like the name says, I'm João Pedro. I've been around in internet governance for a while, and strange times the ones we are facing, unfortunately, to meet in a virtual setting. My background is actually engineering. Had a master's on intelligent systems. So I come here with the perspective that it's somehow tangent to the cybersecurity, but I think it's still valid, because nowadays I think every IT position is also a cybersecurity position. And if we think that every IT worker has to be involved with protecting and defending apps, data, devices, infrastructure, and what so on, we see now that the cybersecurity skills are somehow transversal to the different positions. This poses, I think, the first challenge when we think about the digital or the learning gap that there is between what has been going on in academia and in the industry. Because to try to formulate a curricula for every IT field that covers cybersecurity densely is then impossible, because there's other topics, specialization topics like mine with intelligence systems that wouldn't be simply able to. And another point on a more specialized perspective, and from colleagues that I have on cybersecurity tracks, is that cybersecurity is in itself a very diverse topic, and it requires a lot of specialization, while at the same time a good cybersecurity expert has to dominate different technical skills. So if I was to name a couple of action points to bridge this gap, right now I think that we could start with the data that reflects where exactly are these gaps, and to identify these. It's definitely easier to do this on a North America perspective than right now on a Europe-based perspective. And the numbers are really easy, or are more easy to obtain in North America than in Europe. And I guess this is first something that we need to work on. The conversation that Joanna was talking, that we need to collect and gather, it's really, really important, but right now it's not that implemented or carried out in Europe. And another point that I wanted to pass is that when we think about a cybersecurity career, there's still the impression that there's two main ways of going. Is it through a college degree that most often takes 4 years of learning, and then might end up with a gap that the technology simply involved, and the constantly trying to keep up with new technologies is a challenge, always at university, also at the industry. And here, for instance, the research that is been doing on academic fields, the research for research purposes is one of the tracks that it's super, super important. But right now, to bridge or to scale this massive shortage of cybersecurity experts, right now, it might be needed to focus on a more industry-led research to catch and try to apprehend more young talent to the fields. And this is tricky, and I'm sure the next questions will also shed some light on this.
Thank you. So I will go directly to the second question. Cybersecurity is changing in nature and needs to be incorporated in many previously non-securitized aspects of a company's work. On the one hand, this requires more cybersecurity specialists. On the other, it requires non-cybersecurity specialists to master some cybersecurity skills. In all of these, no cybersecurity specialist can be expert in every facet of it. Now, how can companies ensure depth and breadth of cybersecurity expertise while also ensuring that such knowledge is constantly up to date? Now, Joao has already anticipated some points about it, so floor to you again, so in case you want to build upon your first answer.
Exactly, and I certainly wanted to pick up on that question because it's extremely relevant, and I do have only 5 months of experience in the industry, or the technology industry, if I can put it that way. But I already see that there's so many processes, recommendations, best practices that certainly are very relevant for mid-sized companies to startups. And right now, I think the problem is that the analogy that I would use is that the one that when we got on an airplane, if you do it the first time, you'll probably hear the recommendations of the flight assistants regarding safety. You have to put your seatbelt on, you look to the exits where they are, and you try to pay attention to what are the security standards that you are being in a new scenario. And right now, you do that once, and probably once you go again on the flight, and if you do this regularly, what you do, you start ignoring these details and these security notices. And I think this is one of the main challenges right now, because we are constantly bombarded with information from different sides. We have our emails jammed with information with relevant for our work and not. And the security issues are definitely not the most sexy, if I can put it that way, and neither the way that we are right now trying to pass the message. So I think from my perspective, and after only brief 5 months of experience, the communication part of cybersecurity department is right now not that comprehensive, nor accepted by the majority of the employees. And this is right because of what you were mentioning, Ricardo, in your question. And something that I also pointed previously. having the notion that we, even not a cybersecurity expert, have to deal with cybersecurity, it's challenging and has to be a mindset. And this is the mindset that you want to focus, to explore, and to develop from university. And this, again, might be through try to reflect real-time or real-life projects for different curriculum and different courses at university. Having this notion that a project is not only code, for instance, and has other stakeholders, has impact, has responsibilities, legal background. I think those are some, or at least from my Portuguese perspective, is something that I felt it was missing when I joined the industry.
Thank you. And floor to Joanna.
Thank you, Ricardo. This is an interesting conversation. I particularly support the airplane analogy that João shared. There is actually research that tells you if you do listen to that recording or instruction, you have a higher chance of survival. So if you do still pay attention to where the exits are, there's a good chance you just might survive whatever fate throws you away. And I think that's very true for cybersecurity as well. But I also appreciated what João said with regard to communications. It is important to communicate effectively, even if the audience is somewhat weary and feel like they know what you're going to say. And I believe what could add to solving this challenge, this problem, would be to introduce more diversity. And yes, I do mean gender diversity as well. We communicate differently depending on your background, depending on your education, also depending on your gender. So the more diverse the community, I believe, the better for the cybersecurity landscape. I like this dichotomy that you have put into the question, Ricardo, of cybersecurity and non-cybersecurity specialists. I would love to try and define these two, because to my eyes, these two worlds are forevermore merging. Now, I'm not sure I fit the bill for a cybersecurity specialist being a lawyer, but at the same time, we talk about privacy by design, security by design, and we have laws that implement it. So I think the short answer here, and I'm being mindful of the time, would be diversity and communication for us to better understand the needs and potential solutions. I'm going to stop here. Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you. So let's jump to the very last question. Having to work on a constantly evolving subject matter like cybersecurity can be a powerful cause of work-related stress. Having to keep up with the job's rapid development can lead to a constant sensation of inadequacy and end up in burnout. How can companies ensure a smooth introduction of their employees in the workflow, their constant update, while taking care of their mental health? Let's take a minute each for this answer, because we need to be mindful of the time. Joanna, floor to you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Again, I think it's a broadly spanning issue that we're touching upon here. I think work-life balance is probably the answer here. Also, when it comes to working through a pandemic, that's something we've all learned recently. So I would say that this diversity also translates onto a good work-life balance, even if you work online. And this comes down to a certain company code or culture. I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just add that this we see on a constant basis, and again, I really have to agree with Joanna when it comes to work balance, because it also touches on examples like having work-related applications or even the email on our smart devices, on our mobile phones, for instance. And these are the small examples that expand our cybersecurity threats and are really related to the pressure that we now have to stay connected to everything, to stay in touch and be always prepared. I really like the expression to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And I think that this is a good catchphrase to summarize how to deal with this current first pandemic situation and then cybersecurity pressure. Probably the challenges will continue, but right now having this focus or having these notions and values work at university level are probably a good strategy, so that when more my generation enters the work market, to be less stressed about the cybersecurity implications of our work. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to both our speakers, Joanna and Joao, for the very valuable answers. So our session is over. Thanks to the speakers, thanks to the organizers of EuroDIG, in particular to Elizabeth, who's hosting this Zoom room. Also, I'd like to thank the people from the industry who helped us elaborate these questions for debate. The people who are listening to us, and the people from the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety, who all collaborated in setting up this session and in coming up with the idea for it. I've posted in the chat a link to find information, to join the coalition, and also to join the coalition's mailing list, which is the only requirement for being considered a member, and then you can freely participate. So, floor back to Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo, and thank you to your speakers as well for that very concise and interesting input. As you see on the screen, the next big stage and the last big stage of EuroDIG will take place 3:45. And I can now point you to the other sessions if you want to join. And at 2:15, there will be a keynote on open science. Take care, everyone. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, Sandra. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Listener, it's important. Of course. you very much. So thank you very much for the invitation again, and it's actually a great pleasure to be back at the conference. I had the pleasure of being part of the conference the last 4 years, so it's really good to see the conference going, and it's really good to see the interest for open science here. So let me share my screen on the presentation. So I'm really pleased that I have been given the chance to present to you a little bit of the work that we've been doing on open science, and in particular on advancing the normative instrument for open science, which is the UNESCO Declaration of Open Science. Why is open science important? And I am sure that many of you in the audience are very well aware of this movement towards open science, which is not only driven by UNESCO, of course, but by the entire scientific community, institutions, innovators, scientists at different levels. It's a movement that has been going on for several decades now, really trying to make the scientific knowledge, data, information more open, more accessible, the entire scientific process also more open, more participatory, and more inclusive. And we've really seen from, particularly from this COVID experience that we have just lived and we're still living, that it is open science and science that is more accessible to everybody really is the future of science. So indeed, during the COVID pandemic, we've seen the really high importance of timely and free access to scientific data, publications, and communication, the importance of scientific collaborations and sharing of information at all the different levels, the importance of science policy society dialogue in bringing science to the decision making, and also the high importance of the human right to enjoy the benefits of science. Really, this current crisis has put on the spotlight all of these different urgencies for science and the need for open. And when I was asked to give this talk, they said, well, you have to also, concentrate on the digital aspects of open science. Well, the digital aspects of open science are everywhere, because it is thanks to digital advancement, thanks to internet advancement, that we are able to share information more quickly and more broadly. So for us in UNESCO, really making an open science kind of a new paradigm for science is something important, because we see it as a real tool that can help us to bridge the science, technology, and innovation gaps that exist between countries, and also to fulfill the human right of science, which is also extremely important. And as I said, we've seen open science and opening on scientific data and information happening across the world in different scientific communities, but not only scientific communities, also the community of innovators, software, codes, hardware, etc. So the question is really not whether open science will happen. The question is how it will happen, and how we can ensure that it benefits to
much time has passed away. The wheel of fortune keeps on turning and turning. No chance to bring back time. Yesterday seems far behind. The lies are gone. Where are all the answers? Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. The more I look, the more I find. Though it's all beyond my mind, sometimes words have to remain unspoken. What's the meaning of forever? Breaking through the heavy weather. Where in time the train has left the station. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. Your decision time to choose from all the lies. Find your own truth. Now you're in a haze, can't keep the good. Still there's nothing gain or lose. Yeah. Have today go all the way. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from earth to day. All the way. Hey. Ooh, all the way. Oh, yeah. All the way. All the way.
Welcome everyone to this last big stage presentation in the Amphitheatre studio of EuroDIG 2021. I'm Elisabeth, the room host, and for the upcoming 20 minutes you will see a recording of Professor Wolfgang Kleinwächter speaking on a regulatory framework for artificial intelligence. Please enjoy, and I'll see you later.
Hello. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to address the EuroDIG community. It's a pity that we have no chance to meet in real Trieste, but we have to use again the virtual opportunities. But the virtual opportunities are really great. And so I will address for around 10 minutes the issue of artificial intelligence and the efforts of the global community, you know, how to bring a certain order or a regulator framework for the internet, for artificial intelligence. And so I wish you a happy conference. And so coming to the AI, it's unavoidable that you go back to the history and to all the science fiction stories which has been written by authors like Mr. Frankenstein or the Karel Čapek, or films, you know, where we have the Terminator, which where more or less is the background, the historical background for what we call today artificial intelligence. So seriously, it started with Alan Turing's research on a theory of computation that he tried to develop certain functions which were very close to what we call the natural or the human intelligence, and to transport this to machines. And the term artificial intelligence was coined a couple of years later in 1956 during a workshop at the Dartmouth College by John McCarthy, who tried to distinguish certain functions which were done by computers from what Norbert Wiener did with the computer. So it was more or less, you know, the terminology was the outcome of an academic scientific discussion to describe certain roles, you know, to find out, you know, what functions could be done by computers, originally done only by human beings, and how to describe this, you know, what would be the best language. So this was, popular then in the 1990s in certain communities with the famous chess computer, because a man played against a computer. This was a good application for AI. But the real AI boom started only 10 or 15 years ago, when industry and applications like the Internet of Things, realized that a lot of new applications, which could produce also interesting services, on the market. And so this really pushed the AI boom, and with more data available, from all kinds of social activities in social networks or with surveillance activities and so on, so that huge data were produced. So this feeded the development, and to say, okay, now AI is a big field in itself, and so which offers huge new opportunities. So it was, the problem is that we have also today on the table is that there is no real clear definition what AI is. So there's a lot of applications and services which are AI supported. But nobody has so far really defined exactly, what AI is. So we use some, elements like it's machine learning, it's deep learning, it's the flexible adaptation of data. So it's autonomous applications. It's based on software. It's incorporated into hardware. So all these are elements, where we try to describe what AI is. But a definition is insofar important. That means if you want to bring some regulation into this field, you need a clear definition that you know what to regulate, and what are the rules for the application. And this is insofar important because it became rather early clear that the AI will have deep consequences for the transformation of societies, and this could be good and bad. So that means a lot of applications could also produce very risky elements which could be harmful for human beings, while others, are a great help, where you could say, this is really a progress. In the health sector, in the transportation sector, you have many areas where AI will push forward and to the benefit of mankind. But this could be also used and misused, not only by criminals, but also, by unfriendly states. So developing of new weapon systems and all this. And insofar, it was clear that rather early that you need a rules-based platform for the management of AI. And so the kickstart for this processes was done by the OECD already in the middle of the 2010 years. And the OECD was also the first organization which produced a set of principles, very general guidelines in the year 2019. Are the 5 main principles which say, okay, AI applications has to benefit people. It has to be in accordance with human rights standards. It has to be transparent so people understand what it is. So it has to be secure. So, and it has to be accountable. So that means people who are doing this has to be accountable. You cannot delegate accountability or responsibility to a machine. So that means somebody has to be responsible for what is going on. So this OECD principles from 2019 are more or less the starting point for specific regulation of artificial intelligence in the global system, what we have now, the global internet governance ecosystem, which is really a very complex system with many different and properties and subsystems and also regulatory fields. And AI will become, let's see, in my opinion, a key element in the global internet governance ecosystem with a special subset of regulations. And the most prominent effort to regulate AI came recently from the European Union, from the European Commission, which proposed a package of AI regulation for which is now under discussion both in the European Council, the European Commission, and the European Parliament, and also the member states of the European Union are invited to discuss this proposal. So the EU regulation is the result of 4 or 5 years of discussion. So the EU nominated a high-level expert group which discussed all elements. You have all the documents on the EU website if you are interested in details. But the outcome is very interesting because the European Commission proposes a so-called risk-based approach. So they understand quite well that there are good and bad things can be done with AI. And they said, okay, and they have categorized various applications in risk categories. So you have very high risks, and then you have risky and low risks, and then, you know, applications without any risk. So you have more or less 4 categories. And the first category with very high risk, this is where the European Commission says, you know, this should not be allowed. That has, we have some other areas, you know, in science where we should say, okay, stop here. So you should not go further. And insofar, this is a very ethical question also, you know, how far you can go. And this is interesting that now the European Commission says, okay, for some of the applications which have the potential to bring harm to humanity, so this should not be allowed. Here we should have a legal barrier. And this goes in particular to the biometric surveillance system, mass surveillance of individuals. So that means this is what we know since Orwell, that a whole society, you know, would be observed and surveilled. And with biometric data, you would lose your individual freedom, your individual rights. So this is a proposal that this should not be done. And then, you know, the European Commission has certain lower categories where you say, okay, if it's a risky application, then you have to introduce a certain accountability mechanisms. You have principles like explainability, that, you know, the provider of the service has to explain it, have to be transparent, you know, what is the service so that people understand it. If they use the service, they understand also the risks which are in this application. And then you have lower risk categories where you say, okay, people should be informed about this, but at the end of the day, it's up to the end user whether he makes use of this application or not. I think this is an interesting approach. This is a door opener for a broad debate. I do not expect to have a quick result, so that means first legislative actions will be probably not be earlier than 2 or 3 or 4 years from now. So there is a second group which works on a more international instrument. This is the Council of Europe, which has also started a debate on artificial intelligence a couple of years ago, and recommended to think about the need of an international treaty, an international convention, which would regulate AI, more or less in the same spirit like what the European Commission is doing for a European regulation directive. So the Council of Europe produced last year a so-called feasibility study where they discussed various options, you know, whether it should be a legally binding treaty or a non-binding recommendation or just a document with best practice, which would summarize best practices from member states. So, and the committee, the so-called KAI committee of the Council of Europe, is working on such a proposal, and the expectation is that this proposal will be on the table for discussion this year, or and I do not expect final draft convention until the end of the year, but the Council of Europe, with this, interesting procedures, has already managed in a lot of areas to produce rather quickly good results. So this could become an interesting thing. The Council of Europe has managed the binding convention in the field of cybercrime, of data protection. It's the host of the Human Rights Convention. And if something is in the hand of the Council of Europe, you can be sure that human rights are an important element in such a draft convention. And then you have UNESCO. UNESCO is a global organization, a special agency of the United Nations system. And also UNESCO has started a discussion on AI a couple of years ago. And they have also proposed in the General Conference in 2019 to start work on normative instruments. So this will become probably a recommendation, and UNESCO will concentrate on the ethics of artificial intelligence. So they have a draft on the table, which is discussed by the member states. This was elaborated by a high-level expert group, and is expected that the draft will be discussed during the forthcoming 41st General Conference of UNESCO, which will take place in November. But these are the three main regulatory initiatives we have now, as it is the European Union, the Council of Europe, and UNESCO. But there are a number of other organizations which are also dealing with these issues and working on proposals how to regulate elements of it. One is the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which has a sub-body responsible for freedom of the media. And they have discovered that artificial intelligence has an important element, has to play an important, or will play an important element in content moderation, in social networks, in search engines, and elsewhere. So that is relevant for the future of freedom of expression. So, and they have made a good study on the relationship between AI and freedom of expression, and they are working on this project. What are the implications? And we all know from this debate we had in recent months and years with the oversight board in Facebook, and the debate about hate speech and fake news, that AI will be used for content moderation. And the risk is very high that if you have the wrong algorithm, then, wrong decision will be made. And the question is also here, where is the human in the loop? Will you delegate all the decision about censorship to computers, or will there be people involved? So the future of freedom of expression is insofar also has to be discussed in the context of the future development of AI. So another organization which deals with AI is WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, because also the protection of intellectual property and AI goes hand in hand. And a lot of IP lawyers also believe that the AI will produce new opportunities to protect better intellectual property in all areas which are covered by the WIPO. And the International Labour Organization, also headquartered in Geneva, has had another global commission 2 years ago about the future of work. And this global commission identified also that AI will have fundamental consequences for the future of work. And there is a discussion since years, or since the Terminator, that robots will substitute human beings, and there is no need anymore for the daily work, because all this is done by robots. So the International Labour Organization, and the Global Commission, which was has worked under the umbrella of the ILO in Geneva, has produced a number of very interesting studies, how to handle the implications of artificial intelligence in the labor world, and has made some good decisions to introduce policies to guarantee what is called decent work also in the future. So that it's not the idea to block innovation, but to channel innovation in a way so that decent work and fair wages, are guaranteed also in the future. And there is a final area which is probably extremely important, and this is the military field. Since 5-6 years, a special subgroup called LAWS, Lethal Autonomous Weapon System, is negotiating in Geneva on autonomous weapon system, killer robots, drones, and all this. And here also the key problem is, if you use automated weapon systems in a war, who is responsible for that? To whom to delegate the question of life and death? So should robots make this decision? So how you can produce a legal framework which would keep this lethal autonomous weapon system under control? So there are more or less 3 issues which will determine the debate in the future, and this is my final chapter here. The first thing is innovation without permission was important for the internet and will remain important for the future of artificial intelligence. So that means you should not overregulate it, but you should make clear that if you innovate, this has to be based on certain rules. You should have to be aware about the risks, and you need certain barriers so that you do not cross so-called red lines. And this can be guaranteed best if, the second point is, a human is in the loop. That means human control over development of the AI is a key issue. So not the computer can control the human being, but the human being has to control the computer. And then you have to deal with the economic, social, and cultural implications, for the work, for income, for security, for individual rights. And the example of biometric mass surveillance, is a very fundamental issue, or content moderation, which goes deep into privacy and right to freedom of expression on human rights. So these are the issues which will be on the table for the years ahead of us. And I think next EuroDIG we could have very good live discussions about these issues, because these issues will not go away. They will remain off the table. And I wish you a good rest of EuroDIG. Thank you very much, and hope to see you next year in Trieste, Italy.
So this was the last big stage in the Amphitheatre studio. Thank you for everyone who was watching and listening in to Wolfgang Kleinwächter's input on a regulatory framework for artificial intelligence. If you have missed part of it because you were in another workshop, you can rewatch the video on the YouTube stream of today in the Amphitheatre studio. This room will close shortly, but I invite you to join one of the other studios, either Bruges for the focus session on the media landscape, or at 4:30 Central European Summertime, one of the workshops either on 5G from a user's perspective, or in Studio Trieste on delay-tolerant networks. Thank you everyone for being here. Take care, and we'll see you later.